Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, OTC. How the fuck is everybody doing? Good morning, good morning. Oh yeah, can I get on? Oh yeah! Let's go.
Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you, sir. Sound voluptuous, birds are singing.
Yeah, there's birds.
Good morning, Germ Corp. There's birds.
There's
The
birds.
birds are good. The birds are fine.
Germ Corp, GTA, Arctic Fox, Jane, Hammond, Michael J. Who else we got? Girth Brooks. I've seen Brina Bree in here. Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys
Everybody's
all
looking tight and
enjoyed your
voluptuous.
holiday weekend. Girth Brooks is saying, "Oh yeah."
Oh yeah! Sounding like a crispy bucket. You're goddamn right, bud. We're getting it started popping early today. You got the fucking absolute what
Doctor,
the
good morning.
Doctor extra wet.
Yeah, I'm at home today, Casey. My vehicle's getting worked on, so
I think it's pretty interesting how they did it exactly like we thought they were gonna go and let us run right into the weekend, and then basically just let us sit here until they gave us the news. But the news didn't do as much to the market as I thought it would do. They still have to vote on it.
yeah, that's my thing. I don't under. It worries me how much this is being pumped as a deal has been reached. Ain't shit been reached. You think those two idiots speak for everybody? Okay, maybe this does pass because the Democrats in the House are probably going to flip on it because McCarthy's a spineless little bitch.
Here's a
Sorry.
thought.
Well, you promise
Well,
all this shit, and then you say, "Well, we'll transfer some of the funds over the next 10 years for the IRS, but other than that, until 2025, we'll just not have a debt ceiling. Spend whatever the fuck we want."
why not? Hey, dude, if you can print it, you're not printing it fast enough.
Well,
Like,
I'll recall a certain live stream that we had on this channel when they were voting for that idiot, and I said it back then, and I'll say it now. The dude's a piece of shit. They shouldn't have voted him in, and everyone that was giving him such a hard time. This is why they were giving him a hard time. And whether
that's true.
you agree or disagree, his job, and regardless of who's in there, his job is to represent the people who put him there. And he's not representing that. Biden's out here doing victory laps. He don't even know where he is.
Him motherfucker doesn't. He needs a GPS. Honestly, somebody needs to fucking help him. Like that man. This is kidnapping at some point. That is elder abuse. They are having that guy up there.
They need that guy
Long
that tracks
hours.
jets, that guy that was tracking Elon's jet, and now he's tracking someone else. They need him to just track Biden all day for us. Let us know where he
No,
is.
nobody gives a fuck though. Nobody cares about where Biden is all the time. Nobody cares.
True.
There's just nobody that's gonna actually go and look for Biden. Like, I mean, and if honestly, anytime you go to like I feel like he should be outside of a thrift store, at every thrift store, welcoming people in. Or the guy that does the fucking what's that? The shit at Christmas, the Salvation Army guy's just out here lost his shit. But you know, he makes everything look docile. So whenever somebody comes back, you know, I think that
He's making
whatever the hell.
Alzheimer's fashionable.
I mean, he really is. And the fact that Bruce Willis is now claiming, oh, hey, the president's got it, I'm going to go too. You know, that's Die Hard,
I
right?
seen someone mention that about Bruce Willis. Wasn't he
I think
already
that was,
retired? Didn't he already have something wrong with him? Like, hasn't this been
I
happening
don't
for a
know.
while? I think he did that.
GTA, I think that you are starting to write shit for our president. Biden said it.
I think he
Biden
say
said that.
I think he died in a different way, but I think I think that is what he said.
My son died in war. Oh, fire. I'm not voting.
He should expand on that
Alright.
story and talk about while the one son was dying, how the other son was sleeping with said son's wife.
You know what? It's a tax write-off, buddy.
What's up, Nan?
Yeah, Bruce has dementia. Non-refundable. Sup, sexy? What's poppin', kid? Looking voluptuous as ever.
Yeah, it's
He's
been
American
happening for
older.
a while, though, Casey, hasn't it? Like, didn't he stop working on a movie like a year or two ago because I don't know if it was dementia or he had some other health issue. I thought it's been a while in the making, kind of.
I thought he was trying to go, oh shit. MIA's sounding crispy, non-refundable with the 3-month membership. You're very, 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 very voluptuous for that. Got that, he's got that purple mug, you know. He's gotta be like, what's that? Velour? I feel like that cup is a velour cup, you know. Biden's kids were never. No shit. I didn't know that.
They identified as military men, though.
Ah, right. Stolen valor is not a thing to the Biden kids. Don't worry about it. No, I think.
Good point, Dr. Whom. Dementia isn't a diagnosis; it's an effect.
All right, we're gonna let that one run. Not sure how I feel about that one, but you know, Dr. is the doctor in the house. Yeah, very, very strange. Very, very strange. Marathon shareholders are still up $9.89 in 3 years, despite the pullback of over 4%. Marathon Holdings fucking shareholders don't give a fuck because they know what they own. Take it up to fucking $12, take it down to $7. Who gives a shit? Like it's literally one of the biggest holdings companies of crypto. Like that's a really it's a non-fucking negotiation.
Question for you about crypto real quick. Will there be companies that leap over like Marathon and Riot and companies that are dedicated to mining and stuff like that? Will there be companies, say bigger companies, that figure out a way to do it with any kind of AI technology? I don't know shit about it. That's why I'm asking.
Absolutely, but that'll be in the blockchain and it probably won't go on the New York Stock Exchange. It'll probably just be
well, like, what about big companies? What about companies like Google and stuff that are paying millions and millions of dollars to run these data centers and now having to upgrade them? Could they integrate Bitcoin mining into their infrastructure, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, there was a hacker that actually he goes and he tells a story about how he went and accidentally let some code get out on a couple computers where he was just basically using other people's computers to mine crypto. And yeah, it's already out there. You could absolutely do it. But in a corporate setting, I think that it would probably just go. A lot of people are starting to understand that the majority of the money, the majority of all of the technology and shit is going to be stored on the blockchain anyway. So integrating over that way, I think, is a lot of people's. I guess I think that's what a lot of people are doing currently. But I think that if you're going to be looking at these companies, like I see maybe Canon or something like that coming. They're a $3-4 company, but I could see one of the Bybit, whatever the fuck, some of those 4-lettered crypto companies that exchange in the NASDAQ. I think that they're
NVIDIA broke $1 trillion. Yay!
Yeah, that was recently, I think. I think that was just like a couple minutes ago, or not? Excuse me, about
404.86. Puts them
wow,
$1 trillion.
That's ridiculous. I heard them saying something about that this morning. But no, I think that Mara
So
and
now,
Rad are your safe bet.
what if AI ups the game? What if they're able to mine the remaining Bitcoin in a way shorter time than originally expected? What if by this time next year we've mined every Bitcoin?
I don't think there's any possible way to do that. The amount of transactions you would have to go through, there's no way in hell. Mining on a corporation, equipment bandwidth. Yeah, that's also the other shitty thing is if
Well,
the
I'm
amount
saying
of power that you need to mine that.
but they're already using that amount of power is what I'm saying. They're using that amount of power to power this AI infrastructure that they have. If you look at how much power Google's fucking data centers and shit
That's just a
use.
quantum computer. They have a
Right. So
couple
what
of
I'm
those.
saying is if they're able to use that energy in a more efficient way to do what they're doing and also sew up Bitcoin.
I think they would have to substantiate spending the. Hold on, let me get you the number. Oh, how much would a quantum computer cost? It would cost right. Yeah, just quick 10 billion. Quantum computer factory is likely to cost around 100 million. But yeah, like if there was a reason to go and I mean 100 cubic quantum computer is more powerful than all the supercomputers on Earth combined. So yeah, I mean you could use it theoretically. I think that like they're probably not going to go and use it to mine fucking Bitcoin. That just might be me. But yes, theoretically, could they if they had the amount? Yeah, I guess. Get a couple of those bitches screaming in a garage, dude. Put a fan on it and let's go. You know what I mean?
Why not?
I mean, the amount of power that thing would take up to mine, it would be such a fragment of that thing's ability. Like the ability that thing has, you would be literally using it for a remedial task at that point. But yeah, a 256 encryption. Yeah, I mean that thing would just it wouldn't take but maybe 2 or 3 seconds, I would assume. But yes, to answer your question, theoretically, yes, they could. I don't think that any government is going to allow that amount of power come out of their grid. I think that would probably fuck up a power grid or two.
Yeah,
I'd like to know where the other ones are.
Overrated.
Well, I'd like to know where the other ones are because I do know that there are a couple of those computers actually live, like they actually work. But I'd wonder how efficient they are. And I mean, I don't know. You normally would go and have like a
We'll know if something's coming if Zelensky starts asking for those.
I mean,
If he says in his next speech, we're gonna need some quantum fucking computers over here, and we start sending them, then we know something's going on.
Well, they would have already been over there to synthesize some of the bio, but
Yeah.
that's.
You're not allowed to talk about that, Enzo.
Sorry.
Big video that came out over the weekend that some of you guys might have seen. Testimony in front of the European Union claiming allegations that Fauci spent 161 or 151 billion dollars on the advancing of bioweapons throughout the last
hold on a minute.
years or something.
Hold on a minute. Isn't that guy a fucking doctor that's supposed to be preventing the United States from getting these?
He's not a doctor, but he plays one in government.
Oh, cool. Well, hey, dude, I was told once that he is the smartest man in the world. What the fuck happened to that?
Yeah, well, Next time we do one of those nighttime shows, I'll show you a little collage, kind of showing the life and times of Tony Fauci.
So here's another question. Do they not give physicals whenever they whenever you become a fucking president or like the family of the president?
No,
You don't get a physical.
physicals are done. We've done away with physicals. They are racist and they demean the LGBTQ plus.
No, I think what they
community.
do is they find out that you're. Never mind.
No more physicals.
I think that's ridiculous, bro.
The only one that can touch you in inappropriate places now is TSA.
Oh, and Biden. Only when he whispers in your ear first.
Well, maybe we're gonna learn down the line that there's some rare disease that makes you sniff kids.
Yo, I might be crazy. I might be crazy here. But do you remember the fucking here's a little bit of my I guess my generation's culture. Do you remember the fucking kids that used to sing the song Island Boy?
Yeah, I remember them.
Have you gone and actually done any research on those kids?
Not at all.
They got a picture with homie.
With who? Biden?
With your boy, Mr. Epstein.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
They look like.
Did you ever hear? Did you ever hear that rap that the game spit about Eminem being down with Epstein?
No.
Yeah, look into that.
That's gonna be a rabbit hole I'm gonna jump down. Thank you, appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the real quick, guys, I think the market is just exactly what it is. I think 422.50 is a fucking joke.
Well, take the debt ceiling out of it. The debt ceiling, I think, either way is priced in now. I think we need to start looking at the Fed now because that shit hasn't disappeared. They're really downplaying it, but let's not forget the last FOMC and even before that, we celebrated the market rallied. Fuck Powell, he ain't doing shit. They ain't raising nothing. We ain't doing nothing. And we're right back to where we started. To where, well, maybe another 1 or 2 interest hikes. It's like, it's a big deal. Why is Netflix up 5%?
I don't know, but Netflix being up 5% is... I'm looking for AMC to bounce here, hopefully.
He's a real doctor. He's not a practicing doctor, Girth. I'll say he's a real doctor. He's got fancy letters next to his name, but tell me the last time he's seen a patient. And go back and look in the 80s at the people marching in the streets that wanted him friggin' dead for his mismanagement of the AIDS pandemic.
Damn. Went there.
Yeah.
D-block. Let's go over some things. SPY today has a max pain of 418. It's also got to put the call ratio of 2.75. That's pretty fucking high, guys. Tomorrow's is 417, and it is 1.5, so it's a little less heavy. But for the next couple of days, we got some hard decisions to make at 420, 418, 419. So I think that obviously it's kind of an even fight that we have, and I think that if we don't get a perfect, everything's great. Fucking Tony the Tiger coming out of the gates here today. I think that you could easily walk yourself back into this like 19.8, possibly even a 417.80 area. But I would like to see this break of the 420.50 area and then try to get about 70 more cents out of it. So I will be playing probably puts. If we don't go and really try to throw ourselves through this 424 area, I mean, I like the hold. If we hold this, I want to say it's going to be about 422.30. If we can, or excuse me, 38.40 area, 422.40 area. I want to hold just because that's already VWAP. What happens, more than likely, is they're going to try to come down 422 but I want to see what happens in the case of where do we go, up or down? And I think we're more than likely coming back a little bit. But I would, if we decide to come back, I want to see what Apple does. I want to see what crypto does. But in reality, right now, I think everything is too high. I think everything at least needs to. Tesla probably needs to come back to 200. Tesla's max pain is 185. There is some room to work there. SQ's way down. I think that these immediately come back towards the $22 mark. I'd play 22 and a half. See if you can get that 96 EMA, but anything back against, you're going to be looking at 2206. I just don't think that the market can continue to keep going green like it is. I think that it's all extremely inflated at this point. If we can get better buys in a day or two, I think that it'll definitely give us the ability to come back. If we do get how many days does it usually take for the negotiations to come through on this kind of shit? I'm very curious about that, because if they're gonna just go and give me a runaround for the next couple of days, I would say that they'd probably come down for a little bit. Try to find a resting position right at 418 or so. Get some more bad news, go 416, then come back up, retry 420, and then shit the bed. I don't know. That's what I would start. I'm gonna start to think that if we start curling down underneath like 417, 418, I think that we're going to 407, 408, maybe the 410 retouch, but those are grumpy old man, non-returnable. Yes, sir.
What's up,
Fuck
Grumpy?
you. Yeah. How long does it normally take this ceiling to get pushed through the other votes?
They got 72 hours, I think. I think the vote won't even be until I'm not sure when McCarthy gave it to him, because he made a promise to give people 72 hours to read the thing before they vote.
What a nice fucking guy.
And it's only 99 pages. They kept it nice and short.
Oh, nice. Well, we have 5 minutes going in here.
It's going to be interesting because you got to see there's probably going to be some progressive Democrats that vote on it, that vote for it. And then there's going to be some as, I don't know what they call themselves, the Freedom Caucus or the Independents or I don't know what they call them.
Who are you taking a piss out of right now?
Them same people that voted against McCarthy. No, they've got a name, and it's like a real Trumpy type name, like America Fuck Yeah Caucus or something. But they're gonna vote against it, so
I don't think those are that people. Those I don't know that they've trademarked that.
I think they need to get like between 50 and 100 Democrats to vote for it. Which they're all gonna, because he completely caved. Which that's not to say that that's not what most Republicans want too. A blank check to here. We'll take a couple concessions and we'll remove the debt ceiling for 2 years. Go crazy.
The imbalances just came out. Apple is a sell. Tesla's a buy. Palantir is a buy. AI is a buy. Ford is a buy. Mullen is a buy. Google sell. Zim's a sell. AMD is a buy. Fubo is a buy. So, yeah, Amazon 220. I don't like Amazon being at 220. I don't like Meta coming back right here. So here's what I'm going to be looking to probably add to my Tesla, but I'm going to be out of I'm probably going to hold my Tesla. I just do not want to. If this goes and starts getting back to where this tries to hold 199, I'm gonna be out of this Tesla. And if it decides to come back up, I'll buy it at a different time. But I have the
Little
180.
quick food for thought, Enzo. Take a look at AMC. And the only reason I say this, I haven't looked at an AMC chart yet today, but they had an interesting segment on the Worldwide Express, I think is the show, at 5 a.m. They had this lady blowing Cinemark on Main Street talking about how she's someone that ran some investment firm, whatever. How long they are, how great they've done through the pandemic, this and that, and then she shit all over AMC for no reason. There was no reason to have that segment on there. Like, it didn't fit in. It just kind of was out of the blue. Hey, we're gonna bring this Asian correspondent in, and she's gonna say a bunch of good stuff about Cinemark that would all apply to AMC. Everything that she was saying about Cinemark applies to AMC. And then she turned around and basically was like, yeah, nope, they're gonna sell more shares. Fuck AMC. We ain't touching it. It's a meme. It's garbage. Her words, guys, not mine.
Load the boat, bitch.
I just found it strange that, I watch this show every single day, and I've never heard them. That's before Squawk Box. That's like international type news with the nice fella with the good smile.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna hopefully see. I'm gonna just get out of this Lucid at the top here, 178. I just don't like the way that the EVs are going. Even if it rips, I'm cool. Like, I just think everything in the market right now is too fucking high. Mara is going to be. I think that Bitcoin has the ability to bounce here, but I'd rather see. I'm just gonna go and take my profit from being up. After these closed at 9, these are up almost half a dollar.
We'll probably hold where we're at for a little while, because I think all these chips will continue to run.
Probably, but I'm gonna be the fuck out of the way. So
I still think we're setting up
30 seconds.
I still think we're creating an AI bubble. Experts disagree with me,
we're already in it. Wait for the market to kind of. I think that you're gonna more than likely get a little bit of a green show here, and I'm gonna be out pretty quick of a lot of different things. But I'm also gonna be entering a lot of other positions. So keep.
There we go, guys. Good luck. Let's make this a good week.
Yeah, we have this meta up 260. We're gonna be out of our meta at 250, 260. We were in at 95, out.
And so we got the S&P up 0.5%, the NASDAQ up 1.1%, the Dow opening slightly in the red.
I just got out of my Mara. I'm purchasing SQs.
Like a NASDAQ to the downside, and look for the S&P to run a little bit more parallel with the NASDAQ. The S&P, I just heard this last night as well. S&P is 29% weighted in tech right now, which is the highest it's ever been. It's normally around 20%.
I'm out of my Neo.
Oh man, Kramer and the boys are circle jerking like you never seen over this $1 trillion market cap. Holy shit.
They're about it?
Oh, they are about it. They are about it. Wow.
Mara's up too high. I got out of that meta at a perfect time. The SPY is looking beautiful. I don't understand what the hell TSM. Oh, yeah, there you go. Now TSM's coming back. Tesla just came back
Nvidia
nasty.
falling under that $1 trillion market cap. How about that?
I'm out of 1/2 of my TSM.
Qualcomm's ripping. AVGO Broadcom's ripping. That's up 4.5. Qualcomm's up 5.5.
SPY is back up.
Intel up almost 3%. The Dow green up almost 0.1%. S&P up slightly from where it started. NASDAQ up just over 1%.
Those 420s are so easy. It feels like that's a bait.
Tesla over that 200 mark, 265. Amazon up 2.25%. Microsoft just about even. Apple up just over 1%. Google down 1/3%. Nvidia back up right around 405. Meta up at 265. Everything seems to be going quite swimmingly.
Tesla being up like this, I'm going to be adding to my Tesla.
BEAT Arctic, Heartbeam Incorporated. Yeah, that's flying. Up 35% now, 293. It hit 350 there in the pre-market for a second, Arctic. Oh, there we go. Bringing the AI to the farmland. Deere & Company's futuristic tractors are going all electric while integrating AI and space technology. I've always said if they could just incorporate space into tractors, we would be on the right path.
You have said that, right? SPY won't let me, or Robinhood isn't letting me see the SPY for today. Thank you. May I have another? I don't know, man. The SPY just seems too... I'm going to get some 421s. $421.
Netflix is freaking cooking. Netflix up 7% almost now. 405 just broke 405. Enzo Biosciences is up. ENZ up 5%.
Oh, yeah.
229.
Run it.
Short Enzo when in doubt.
I don't think anybody's ever said that. You lose your fucking ass.
Now's the time to get into this Enzo Biochem.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's up 5% on whopping 39 shares traded.
Oh, yeah, boy. I'm gonna be...
Coinbase up 10.5%. Mara's up 10%, almost 10.5% too.
I'm trying to fill SPY 420s for 45 apiece, which I just did.
Birdie Hunter. What's up, Birdie? Time to start buying SQQQ calls.
I just took SPYs to the downside for 420s.
I think it depends, Birdie. I think you got to be a little bit careful because let's hypothetically say that this debt ceiling passes in the House and in the Senate. I think we still see a little bit of a rally off of that, but then I think we pull back going into
Birdie, I'm buying the fucking
FOMC.
shit out of these puts right now.
I mean, I like it. I just think we might get another pop if it does pass, but it could 100% be built in. It could already be, that could be what we seen between Friday and today. Is that's the top if this thing passes. What do we got? The 13th? When is it? I think it's the 13th and the 14th. Hold on, let me check. Yeah. June 13th and 14th for FOMC, so that's 2 weeks out. Yeah, so not next Tuesday and Wednesday, the following Tuesday and Wednesday.
I just bought 415s at 48 a contract for the second. Meta's about to break a high. I don't understand why the fuck it would do that, but let it go. I'm cool with it. I still think the SPY is doing same shit. And now Tesla is a little too much. Tesla wants 195. I just picked up some more SQs. Fill that. Thank you. And now I will take
So the NASDAQ's still moving up. The Dow selling off. The Dow down almost 1/3% now. S&P sitting just under where we open, up 0.46%. Tesla is just
Nvidia is at 412 right now.
Christ.
Nvidia is at 412. Nvidia I just went short on Nvidia back to 365. Don't do that, but I just did. I just shorted it over the 412 area. Tesla's coming back. I think the market's about to come back and drop through. Meta, I couldn't give a shit less about right now. We're already out. SQs is where I'm concerned, where we come back from. There was the 200 move. There was the puncture up. We need this. We punctured. We need this 206. There goes the market right there. That's 11% on the 260s, or excuse me, the 220s already. 215s for the second are up 8. Thinking about picking up some more SQs. By the way, that Nvidia 365 put is already up 20%. Alright, keeps moving back and forth, excuse me. Because now Nvidia is trying to keep going. I think you're on crack, Nvidia. Keep doing drugs.
Nvidia trying to break 415 here.
Yeah, Nvidia's on drugs.
Google now down over 1%. GME, GameStop, can't stop, won't stop, up 2%, 23.74 on GameStop. AMC up about 0.5% at 466. Mullen up 4%, 84 cents on Mullen.
SQs are looking spicy. AMC look like it can just come off, but it hasn't. Microsoft, too fucking high. Needs to come back in 330. Amazon came right back into the 121 area, probably coming back 115, 118. These Teslas are actually cheap.
9:45, guys. Don't forget, this is the perfect time, if you haven't done so yet, to hit that like button. Maybe share this with a friend. Let them know oil's down 3%. Time to panic. Crude going back, trying to go back under $70.40 a barrel right now.
SQs look like they're gonna come back to life. Apple is way too high. Needs to come back to at least 140, 175. AMD. Palantir's over $14 fucking dollars. Like, it's almost by $15. What?
AI, baby. It's all in the AI. Airlines are kicking ass right now, too. Up about 2%.
TSM went green. I'm glad I got out of that. Mara's green, up at $10. Everything is going green right now except for the SPY, which is kind of not good. Banks are falling. SQs are back up over the $22. Nvidia is too goddamn high. A lot of money's being thrown around right around the 380. Apple's coming back. I think these Palantir puts are gonna come back, but I don't want to go and yeah, Palantir looks like it's had enough for a minute. We're gonna go right after the 14 puts.
What's up, crypto?
Crypto for all. Can I get a oh yeah? How about Palantir? I'm putting Palantir in the box. I need Palantir. I need the SQs to fucking go right now. That a boy. And we're gonna take some more of them. Couple of them. A few of the naked lady tees. Hey, orange balls. Wang, it's a parking lot. No, the Palantir in an all. Yeah, no, Palantir looks like it's having a problem right here at the top.
Hey, that's good stuff. If you got out of Palantir in good standing, crypto, congratulations. That's always a good feeling to relieve yourself of a bag, especially if you were able to do it at a profit or at a minimal loss. That's always a good feeling. GFAI. They weren't subtle enough about it. They got AI right in their name. You gotta be a little bit more subtle.
Palantir, just come down. Or not Palantir. Fucking Tesla, just come down a little bit.
Come on down.
And Nvidia is too fucking high, man. 417. Where the fuck are you going? SQs are on the move upside. C3 AI is moving. C3AI is wanting to run, but SQs are trying to go and move through the 22.
Didn't get out yet, but you're green. That's an even better feeling. Because now you're in a good situation. I'll be right back. Got the mechanic.
Palantir sit down. Oh, by the way, at 10 o'clock, I have a little video thing I got to do, and then like with my doctor, but then I'm right back here. SQs are moving.
Yeah, let me take this call real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. The video looks like it's going to try to come back in. Tesla's giving it a lot more than it looked like it was going to. Those SQs, we want to see those come back. SQs are moving to the top side. SPY's coming back. So we have 420 puts that are now up 40%. The video just ran right back to where I fucking bought it. And Tesla just fell through the bottom of all of that support. It's gone. Look for the SPY to fall through 120.73 and try to find its indicators here. SQ's trying to come up and break our pre-market. And everything wants to start. Yep, everything wants to start. It's bullshit now. We're going to see 22.72 on the SPY, or excuse me, on the SQs. Give me one sec, guys. Yep, there's NAS. There's everything breaking the way we wanted it to. Keep your eyes on your own shit. Oh yeah, I'll be right back.
All right, those SQs moving. NASDAQ dropping up just 0.63% now. S&P up 0.29%, and the Dow down 0.08%. How's everybody feeling on this terrific Tuesday? Nvidia back under 410, 409.59. Tesla falling back under that $200 mark, 199.85, make it 76 on Tesla now. Nvidia again, 409.17, back under that 410 mark. Google down close to 2% now, 122.40 on Google. Apple still up 1.33%. Microsoft now down 0.5%. Amazon still clinging to 0.33% gains. Meta up just 1% now, back under 265, 264.80 on Meta. And United Health up 0.33%. Okay, so is that what we're doing? Are we doing describe how you feel using something that starts with the letter H? Well, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. Hooters. Okay, GTA. I mean, you kept it going with the H. It is 10:01. Hot, yes. I had to work behind a grill yesterday in like 85 degrees, sunny heat. Still feeling the effects. Excuse me. So we'll look for this debt ceiling ordeal to hopefully be over the next couple days. I honestly don't know what happens if there's some kind of surprise in the vote and they vote against it. I have a feeling it's going to pass. Consumer confidence 102.3 came in at 102.3 versus a 99 estimate. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Hey, Diane B. What's up, Diane? I haven't had breakfast yet. I had to get my car to the mechanic this morning. I made Nikki waffles. They were the frozen ones too, Diane. I ain't gonna lie. I couldn't lie to you. I took the easy route. Doesn't look like the market's having a good reaction to this consumer confidence. Again, I apologize. I you know what? And I don't always defend myself at not knowing something, but I look at so many of these different reports where some the higher number is better, some the lower number. So I'm assuming by the market reaction that this isn't good. We got the S&P just only up 0.1% now. NASDAQ falling as well. Pretty much that, Grumpy. That's pages 2 through 65. Lays out the Ukrainian spending. Yeah, sometimes you gotta go with the egos. You know what? They're just very convenient. When I have the time, I like to make the Belgian ones, Diane. Oh, well worth it. So the Dow now down 0.25%, NASDAQ up under 0.5%, and still coming down. But CNBC is running out of things to say. All they keep saying is market mostly higher on expected debt deal. So again, let's assume for a minute that the deal passes. I think we'll see a little bit of a run, but I think that's baked in at this point. And then we set our sights back on J-Pow. So even though I think McCarthy should have reeled spending in more, I think I guess I hope it still passes. I don't think a default, although they keep telling us millions of people are going to lose their jobs if we default, this, that, and the other thing, I'm still not buying that they know exactly what's going to happen. Well, the only time I can do breakfast, Bree, is I wake up at like 4, and then I give Nikki breakfast at like a little bit after 7. So I've had time to have a pot of coffee or two, and then get into some light breakfast. But yeah, I usually skip it myself. We do have Space Force, Ace, and I don't know if you caught the news earlier that John Deere is going to be utilizing AI and outer space with their new futuristic tractors. I know I'm excited. The Dow falling further now, getting down daily lows, down 0.33%. NASDAQ a little pump here, back up to the 0.5% gains. S&P clinging on to just over 0.1%. Yeah, it's definitely strange. Crypto, I know we've gotten a little bit more down to the wire. The sad part is that they could have resolved this back in December. It should have never even got to this point. And especially, I don't understand why the Democrats didn't do it when they held all three. They held all three branches, and they could have made a deal that went further out back in December. I know he's going to the Tesla plant. I know he's meeting with some leaders in Beijing. I didn't realize, Ace Lee, that this is the first time that Elon's been to China in 3 years. So I don't know. I would assume that it's all Tesla based stuff, but at the same time, Elon's come under some pressure lately about what's the word I'm looking for here? I guess it's censorship, but on a different level. So there's been some incidents where countries have asked Elon to censor stuff, or they were going to completely remove it, and some say that he bent and censored stuff. Some say, well, he did what they wanted him to do in order to give people to make sure people still had access to Twitter, rather than going against them and then having people's flow of information completely shut down. I don't know enough about it to know if he's in the right, wrong, or somewhere in the middle on that, but that could be part of the talk. I guess you got to include that, or you have to at least think about that when Elon's meeting with foreign governments, especially, I would say especially with China, being that Elon's now so heavily involved in the social media aspect of life. But again, it could be just it could just be all Tesla stuff, and they may be trying to woo him with Elon talking about moving some production to India following Apple's lead, China may be getting worried, so I don't know. Yeah, Memorial Day air travel beat pandemic levels. And I also didn't see any horror stories. I expected to see some headlines about long waits or, people missing flights and stuff like that. I didn't really see any kind of that talk. So I like that, not even just for the market, just for the people that traveled this past weekend. Hopefully everybody was able to get to their destinations easily and all that good stuff. Market pushing back up now. S&P up 0.25%, NASDAQ up 0.6%. The Dow still down just 0.25% now. Nvidia down now 408.50. That short. Enzo, would you short him at? I think he's on a call. I think he shorted it up at 412, so that should be looking good. Meta pushing back to the upside, 266.20 on Meta. Tesla hanging under 200, 199, 198.97 now on Tesla. Cleveland, clever culture. I am actually here, my friend. There's actually two of us here, but the other guy is on a video call. He'll be right back with us. But yeah, we are actually here. Tesla pumping back up near that $200 level now, 199.86, trying to get back over. S&P right at that 0.25%. NASDAQ now up 0.2%. So we're seeing a little pump. And Google pushing back up. Google might have found that bottom at 122. Back up at 122.98. What do you mean, clever? How do you trade on something like this? Do you mean just as far as us, or like how, or what platform? So most people use like GTA is saying, Webull, Robinhood, stuff like that, where there's no fees involved. It's more of a payment for order flow. What you're looking at right now is Webull. I personally use Webull. I wouldn't say I've had no problems with it, but I would say it works best for me. Depending on what you're trying to trade. They do offer full pre-market trading as of now. Now Robinhood has in the works 24-hour a day trading. It hasn't launched yet. I don't even know if that'll be enough to lure me back to Robinhood, but I have to say, if that does launch, I'll probably open at least a secondary account in Robinhood. But I like Webull. It always seems, like I said, and I don't know if it's exclusive to Webull because I know other platforms have it, but when there's fuckery, it's usually with allocations of new shares. So, for example, if you're in a stock that does either a reverse split or a ticker change or something like that, I've had not good experiences with Webull, but at the same time, when I was having those experiences, people were having the same experience with other brokers that were payment for order flow as well. Charces. Okay, I never heard of it. So does it? Are you limited to what you can buy on there?
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you're good. You're good. That may be the only issue. But if it's working for you, I mean, I kind of like that name, Sharesies. That's kind of cool. I like it. Okay, it's just buying shares, but not really trading like this. Yeah, I would look. If you're in the U.S., I would look at Webull, possibly even Robinhood. I mean, like I said, I don't use it, but some people like it for trading. And then if you are outside of the U.S., maybe international brokers, I think is what it's called, IBKR. They're international, but I believe that they give you all the same options on the U.S. market.
If Nvidia doesn't hold VWAP right here and it turns over, it's gonna start giving up here quickly.
Okay.
It's gonna start another trend downward as well. Something like that.
I can appreciate that. Clever. Putting in that shift work out there. We appreciate you. I'm sure whatever you're doing is benefiting us in some way or another.
Should you sell your Nvidia? Hey man, that's a tricky question. I don't know if you have shares. I think that you may give a couple back just to cover up your profit. But I mean, Nvidia is definitely going to go and be a sound company. I just don't know that. Right. I mean, I think you could easily buy Nvidia shares at 350 maybe in the near couple weeks. I don't think that you're going to go and necessarily, continue this huge run of AI. There's one little thing can bring you down here, Clover. I would definitely go get those profits.
Yeah, if I was in that situation, complete not financial advice, I would probably take a little bit of profits up here. Because I think we'll get, at some point, we'll get to the phase of having to take a hard look at Nvidia and say, okay, is the evaluation, will these companies, so right now the evaluation is basically telling us every major company is reliant on Nvidia right now. Any company that wants to dip their foot into AI is relying on Nvidia. But at the same time, it's also telling us, well, Nvidia is relying on Taiwan Semi, because that's who's making the chips. That's who's delivering them to Nvidia. So something goes astray there, that could be one issue. Something goes where we have a realization that, okay, there's $1 trillion of upgrades needed at data centers throughout the world, and Nvidia has to be the one to update them. Well, what if companies just, at some point, everyone's telling everybody you need to be, you need AI or you're going to miss the bus. And I agree that AI is going to be huge, but I don't think every single business model is going to support AI. So I don't think that $1 trillion is going to, maybe ever come to fruition. Now, maybe it does, but I think just on the chance of that, and if you bought Nvidia a week ago, you're up 25% minimum. You know what I mean? So if you bought it a couple months ago, you got some profits. I would still hold some shares. Again, not financial advice, just what I would do in that situation. I would take some profits off the table, though. Up at $1 trillion market cap, I would have to take a little bit. Bought at 207. Beautiful.
It's a good buy.
Beautiful. So you're in a great position either way. The one thing I would hate to see happen to you or anybody else with these situations, is to see, whether it's an economic recession across the board, whatever it is, to see that 100% profit that you're sitting on dwindle down and Nvidia slowly pull back. And again, I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I just think when you have that much profit, holding out for more could be looked at as being greedy. But again, I would keep some shares and take a little bit off the top.
Well, if it's a long-term hold, then I don't see it as being greedy. But if you bought that shit like, hey, let's go and boost NVIDIA up a couple bucks, send that bitch and collect your profit. But if you're holding it for a blue chip or something like that, take profit.
Well, that's the thing, too. And if you look at it that way, where else would you have more faith right now? Do you want to go to a company that needs NVIDIA, or do you want to be in the play of you're the company that's needed?
I would want to be the person that has the most skin in the game and not a fucking war zone over their head. So that's a two-parted question. Yes, I would rather be in Taiwan if Taiwan. I'd rather be with Taiwan Semi because obviously that's the beginning of where all the chips start. But I would also go and beg the question of what the fuck happens to Taiwan Semi if the Chinese start going and pumping a couple mortars over their head.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue. Well, I think the other issue too is with the reemergence of COVID over in China. Now, how far
I think that's
goes.
interesting.
I mean, we know not to trust numbers that come out of anybody's mouth in the media or elsewhere, but the projections of 65 million infections a week, it's a big scary number. And in the meantime, Moderna has moved in, and they just started operating out of China last week, and Pfizer got kicked out of China. They've been very stringent on the vaccines that they've allowed their citizens to have. Now they've allowed the Pfizer vaccine for non-Chinese citizens that were in China, interestingly enough. But I think Moderna went up 3 or 4% the day that they announced that. That was last Thursday, I think.
Like, I like this and all, Tesla, but you're going to come back one way or the other, and you're not going to hold 196. Okay, I'm ready to come down now.
Fourth time, Clever? Well, I hope it's nothing serious. Hopefully it's just a...
Walk it off, bro.
Walk it off. Yeah. Shake it off.
Hey, more than 2 shakes, you're playing with it.
This is true.
I mean, that was a systematic argument. We went through the amount of shakes. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember that conversation. We
Good. Okay.
Mathematically.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did. That was a very interesting one that I wish I would have taped.
We even gave a little leeway too. I think the threshold. I think we pushed it up to 5 shakes.
I think so. Yeah. No, we had to make sure that
we tried to cover everybody, because if you got something like Tourette's or something, you might do a double shake.
I got Tourette's.
We tried to, yeah. So.
You know who I haven't seen that, like, when I think about Tourette's, because I always want to, like, do the La Bamba song, is Mr. La Bamba.
Richie Valens?
No, fuck.
Lou Diamond Phillips?
Bro, I don't even know who the fuck those people are.
That's the dude that sang La Bamba. And then the dude that played the dude that sang La Bamba in the movie La Bamba.
Something's not right with you, man.
Who are you talking about? Lobo de Welfare?
Yeah. No. No, Luca.
Oh, Luca Bamba.
Yeah.
Luca Bamba. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. This is peak peak video game repair season. This is when the parents get their video, because the kids broke all their shit during the winter time. Now they send the kids outside and send the broken controllers to Luca Bamba.
Here's your pullback right here on NVIDIA. Did the exact same pattern. Tesla's probably going to bring it down within 200 to 290 cents. SPY pulled back nasty on that candle right there. Better hope it holds.
What else do we do, Clever? My resume is similar to that of Homeboy and Don't Be a Menace. My hobbies include smoking weed and all kinds of ill shit.
All kinds of ill shit.
Enzo, what do you do?
You know, not really much of anything. Usually just fucking spend money for no goddamn reason to people that I don't even fucking know.
We're over here, stocks by day, crypto by night, all day.
Right, gang, pull up PP skit on F&M on Oprah's grave, son. That's how you know it's good.
Damn.
NVIDIA, can you please shit the fucking bed for me? One time for the one time, do it nasty. Make it nasty. Make it nasty. Topping on the bitch, make it. Yeah, you make, I make my money through that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. See what happens
this guy
is
makes his money doing what you're looking at him do right now. Me, I go outside of the box. I do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a couple side hustles.
Couple of the few naked lady tees. No, I strictly trade. I wake up, I trade. You guys go to bed, I trade.
What I do, Clever, is I do whatever I got to do to keep the bills paid and keep my son happy.
Yes, sir. The number one. It's the number one thing.
This past weekend, it was running concessions for high school championship playoffs.
Bro, if you don't end up in that fucking suit on, like, it looks like copyright hell, but I'm willing to risk it.
It's big.
Bro, I'm definitely willing to risk that. That fucking suit is about the most immaculate piece of that Jean.
It's got some big feet too. I didn't put the feet on.
I donated my OnlyFans earnings to fucking Ukraine. GTA, if you did that, I have less respect for you. They're already giving him how many billion? Fuck that. Start lining our pockets. What's the average day profit look like? Probably several $1,000s one way or the other. I've been known to move a bank account every once in a while. Probably something that would go and piss most people off. I only busted open for Jesus Christ. I only busted open for Jesus Christ. Like, do you even tease him with it or what? I sell naked photos to support the Ukraine. GTA, you're fired, dude. Yeah, you're a humanitarian all the way around, G. SQs are trying to come up. And the SPY is just absolutely going through the floor. I needed to go through the 200 and continue to keep going because it let Daddy fill twice. Ooh, yeah. It let me fill those 20s twice. I'm going to show you how I did it. Oh my God. First thing that we did, and I was showing you guys right here, the first thing that we did was we took the 420 puts over the 422 area. I think it was just holding on right around here. Those, yeah, we took those for 43 a contract. So, well, I don't want to look at this. That's good. Oh.
Well, they're trying to make Elon look like a Chinese shill on CNBC right now, so maybe you see Tesla drop.
Okay. Very, 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 very snazzy. We're taking these open at 43. And we just double dipped them. We really just nasty styled. We got a fill for 33 too. That fill at 33 was at 10:20 a.m. for 33 cents. But we picked them up for 43. Just let them run. They didn't trigger for some reason. They got close, but they didn't trigger the 100%. So we ended up just going and picking up at 33. So now we're gonna see where these end up when the SPY drops to the 220 and go into the money.
Oh, there you go. Jamie Dimon's in Shanghai for a JP Morgan
Fuck Jamie
event.
Dimon. Tell him to bring me my fucking money.
There you go. So how does that work? You get deposed on your links to the biggest pedophile in the history of pedophiles on Friday, and then you
swinging.
Then you party with the Shanghai friggin' government on Tuesday.
Damn, son.
All right.
Damn. Did you have to do that, man, like that?
There's
SQs going up.
There's a simple way to avoid that. If you're a head of a bank, don't do business with Jeffrey Epstein, and you wouldn't be in this situation.
Okay.
Did he do that? No, wrong.
We're getting rejected right here at the 200 EMA. Since we are doing that, we're getting more pressure to the downside into this 200. We did a decent job holding it, but I would be surprised if we don't walk ourselves back into this 119.82 area at least. We do have over the top, like we have room, but we don't have enough to, unless this is a flat W right here, just right in a fucking open.
This S&P
I would be
about
surprised.
to be like that Jay-Z song cry. Once the S&P goes bad, it's gone forever.
SPY could end up just going and coming back to the upside here. I'm hoping it gets just smacked right here, because I don't want to see this go and retract and start looking back into this area, 421.32. I want to just see it get smacked right over the head and not even come close to that 421. Stop climbing. It did just try to go and retrace into that, which goes and pretty much makes this the really stupid ass fucking W though. It's gonna try every bit. It's gonna try every bit. So if this goes and goes right back to VWAP, it's just concerning to me if it goes through, because if it does, then we're just dealing with a W. If we do go back and look at what happens, but that would make this either a 422 breakout to the upside, which would probably take us to the 426 area, 423, and then onto the 426. It would just make so much more sense with everybody in the book right now being they're turning over into those puts. They have the yeah. But now we're starting to see people step into 424, 425 calls. It's not, I don't think so. There's a shitload of people stepping in put side. Underneath though is small money. So right here, that's exactly what just happened. This just flipped back over and hopefully got rejected trying to go and retake that 421 area. So that candle just kind of null and voided that W. If we can get that push back through the 200, that was a very uncomfortable moment.
Now you retired from crackhead wrangling?
Damn, that's crazy, G.
Oh, snap.
What are you doing? Like shaking your titties at the bar or something now? Because I'm down. I need a video service or something. Like,
I know he was working on launching a VHS line of New Age Tybo,
yeah, with like Mike Vallely.
Billy Blank style.
Yeah,
Maybe he was able to launch that. Good stuff, man.
don't do it. Don't be a fucking asshole today, Spy. Like, I'm in a good mood. SQs are trying to step up and keep over this 2240 and just hold this 5 EMA. Let's keep it right. Like, why not just keep it over the 5 EMA? Between you and me, SQs. You know what I mean? Let's just keep it here. Let's just keep it above the 2240. We're both fucking happy. I'll blow you. Like, it's fine.
Oh, you moved into cultivation, huh? Horticulture? Okay.
Horticulture. There you go. Yeah, I couldn't say that one more time if I wanted to, but that candle closed low, man. This SPY is gonna be an absolute pacemaker.
Clever, honestly, the best way to learn the basics is to just ask questions. Ask questions, and especially here, in all seriousness, don't think that any question is too beginnerish or anything like that. That's the key, because people feel like they don't want to ask, thinking something that it's like, oh, this dude should know that. We ain't like that here. Ask the simplest of questions, and maybe do some paper trading. So I haven't tried Weeble's paper trading, but I believe they have it on there. I use
good.
Thinkorswim. Is Weeble's good? I've heard it's pretty good. So paper trading is basically fake money. It's like a fake account. But the key, if you want to use that and learn anything from it, is to treat it like a real account. Don't just set up an account with like $1 million and just YOLO into everything and see what happens. Set it up with what you would potentially start trading with. So whether that's $500, whatever the case may be, set it up that way and make trades like you would make trades with real money. Even better, make trades as if you were playing with your grandma's money, because you would want to protect it. And then ask questions and decide. You have to find what trading works for you. And I think Enzo would agree with this, because he's emotionless. So it's a lot easier for him to trade just simply based on off data, based off what he sees in charts and stuff like that. Some people are different, and it does play into it. If you're an emotional trader, day trading might not work for you. You have to find what works for you. And again, the key is to ask questions that you might otherwise not ask, that you would just take for granted and be like, well, everybody knows this, so I'm not going to ask.
Right. No, that's what we're here for. Absolutely. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to get better if you can't ask questions? I ask stupid fucking questions all the time. Like, I genuinely ask really stupid questions all the time that don't make any sense, but they might make sense to me, or they might.
Stupid question.
Right. Like, it's how you go and look at information gathering.
Yeah.
Like, if everybody was supposed to come stock with this, like, you're just supposed to know what the fuck this shit is behind me. I don't.
Well, and then there's a lot of stuff, So as far as anything with just learning how to trade, most questions are black and white. You do this to do that, or this is how you get to that. But then there's a lot of stuff, and you'll see with us that it's not like me and Enzo just come on here and agree with everything each other says every day. We disagree probably as much as we agree, but every disagreement shows both sides of something, of why this could happen. Nothing in the stock market is 100% guaranteed. Even for traders like Enzo, who are the best of the best, you're not going to win every single day. And what we do is we try to see, and there's times where he can change his opinion, I could change my opinion, and we talk every single morning about what we think is going to happen throughout the day. and he kind of goes over it from a technical standpoint. I go over it more from a news and catalyst like that, and we figure it out. We're not right every single time, but we give you all the information on both sides. We don't push one thing, and often I'll agree with what Enzo's saying and with the sentiment, but I'll play devil's advocate just to look at the other side, because you guys deserve that. You deserve to see every side of something. If you're going to invest $1 into any stock out there, and it's something that we talk about, we don't give financial advice, but we're going to make sure that you see the upside, the downside, and everything in between.
You want to know what I see? I see fucking unemployment rates coming out hot, and the Fed barking, and Harker fucking shit up at about 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that could be. Best bet, Clever. We got a free Discord.
Buy high, sell low.
I would say join up in there. And shit, I'll throw some links in there, because there are some videos, and we're working on some ourselves, kind of explaining the basics.
Is it really cap sensitive? Thank you. See, this is gonna be an absolute fucking heart stopper every time it does this shit. NASDAQ, go to bed. Eat a dick, please. Sorry,
that is not a dumb question, Michael J. I think a lot of people didn't or still don't know what a J-Pow is.
Arctic Fox? Yeah, no, don't fade Arctic Fox, because you're gonna get fucked on. I do it every once in a while when Tesla's over the fucking 200 mark, and I'm like, nah. Nvidia needs to figure it out too. Where is Tesla? Over the 200 mark, needing to come back down. And Tesla, look, man, I'm telling you right now, you don't need fucking 210. I promise you, you don't need 208. You don't need 210. You don't need it. Come back to the 180. Let's talk about this. At least the 190, just for the shits and kicks. Come through the 50, you may. Let's talk about it. Let's have a drink. Let's at least get down to the 195. We'll talk about shit down here, but we can't be talking about you all excited and shit. Listen, SQs, I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing, but like, I'm over here keeping fucking Tesla busy, getting him to look the other way. I need you guys to run a little bit. Give it a little oomph, yeah. Fucking assholes.
I thought she was the girl. Wasn't she the one on that show that had MC Search on it? Like School of Rap or something, where they had like little kids rapping. Girth. I thought the girl from the Jersey Shore was, what was her name? Snickers?
What?
Snooki.
Come on, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Come on, man. Keep up.
You want me to go and figure out the Jersey? No.
Man, keep up with 2008.
I fucking hate those. I hate those fucking kids. Genuinely. See, we still don't like this 420, 70 area, but it will not go. And it just won't go and fucking sit down, man. We already closed the candle low.
Could do it, though. You could be right with the 1 o'clock thing.
I don't give a shit. I just don't want the feds to go and continue this green bullshit. Like, it needs to come down. Let it come down 115, 415. Let's talk about it there. We'll break bread. We'll figure it out. But the SPY wants to go and do this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So there's no business with this guy.
Let's talk about this new TV show they gave Arnold Schwarzenegger on Netflix.
They fucking gave that asshole another TV show?
And boy, I have to question all my liking of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. He is a terrible actor. He's not good.
Bro, you're just finding that out?
Well, I had to take a hard look in the mirror after watching like the first 2 or 3 episodes of this show. And the show is hilarious because one of my favorite comedians, Fortune Feimster, is in it. And that chick is freaking hilarious. And I can't tell if Schwarzenegger is playing a parody role of himself. Like if he's trying to make fun of himself.
Please God.
Fubar, yeah, that's it, Ace Lee.
Just to let you know, the whole look at the fucking market, or like look at a heat chart if you have a chance. There is starting to become a lot more red on this than there was.
Slow burn, baby, the slow burn.
I mean, it's pretty. They're starting to become more and more and more here. Yeah, those 420 May 420s are getting more open interest. SPY got all the way down, closed the candle underneath. Man, that looks like a fucking decent candle. If that goes and starts green here, I'm gonna be pissed.
I'd argue it's gotten worse. Arctic Fox, his English.
Who's? Oh yeah,
Reynolds.
him and Stallone's.
Michael J. Michael J. The difference is you have talent there, young lady.
Tesla, you gonna give up? Come on, come bring that ass.
Okay, CBS got the screenshot of 420.69. Beautiful.
Beautiful. That's gorgeous.
I do it for the lulz, son.
Right there. It just hung there for a minute too. That's funny as shit.
Oh, it did. It knew it was getting its photo opportunity. You know what I mean? I want a photo opportunity. I want a shot at redemption. Don't want to end up a cartoon in a cartoon graveyard. It's a little before your time.
This shit.
That's some Paul Simon, man. A little ditty called "You
Who
Can
the
Call
fuck
Me
is
Al."
Paul Simon? I'm not. I'm not, dude. This is how it happens every time. I'm over that. The definition of fucking insanity is doing something over and over and expecting a different result, and I get caught up for fucking hours. I'm not doing it today. Nope.
Not today.
Not today, Mr. Devil, sir. Fuck that. SPY needs to come back right through that 200 for Daddy. And the SQs need to find a support right here at the 2240 like they have, I don't know, 30 minutes now. Just fucking go, man. Like, I'm tired of sitting here waiting on you, you fucking assholes. Thank you.
Trust the process, man.
Hey, the SPY is falling. Thank you. I need that.
Trust the process. Ace Lee, you know a guy named Pauly Shore? So do I, man. He works the takeout counter at Chipotle.
Hell yeah, dude. This guy's dope. I don't know who the fuck Pauly Shore is, but I think I do, actually. Isn't that guy that was like, yeah, he's controversial as shit, no?
Who, Pauly Shore?
Yeah, he's done some shitty, like, he said some really stupid shit.
He's done some stupid shit. He was a B-rate comedian who made a name because his mom ran the Comedy Store in L.A.
Hell yeah.
And, yeah. He had his day. He had a few movies, but he was on Rogan a few years ago whining like a little bitch about how all of a sudden I'm not making big movies anymore. Nobody wants me in movies. It's like, oh, you weren't that good.
Because you're fat.
He's not fat. He's a little scrawny guy. He
By
looks
the way,
he probably looks like Richard Simmons nowadays.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, Biodome was epically
Bio
bad, but
was that the one that guy like? Oh no, that's Bioshock. The one that they crawls in the suit.
yeah, this one, him and one of the Baldwin brothers go live in a dome for like a year or some shit.
Oh, that sounds
It
great.
was pretty funny, but Encino Man was his best hit, I'd say.
If I could go back and relive one movie, it would definitely be Caddyshack.
Yeah, you could never make Caddyshack nowadays.
Oh, I think I could. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll go kidnap. What the fuck is that guy's name? Chevy Chase. Is he dead?
No, he's still kicking around.
Can we fucking find them? Nasdaq's gonna try to.
You'd be better off getting Bill Murray, I think.
Bill Murray looks like he's about to go on dialysis.
Yeah, he just hangs out. He lives in like some rural area and just chills.
What a legend.
I'll take Bill Murray over Chevy.
Oh yeah. I think Bill Murray would have kicked his ass too.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Chevy was a big boy. He might have gave him the one.
Cannonball it. You gotta sometimes you just gotta cannonball it though.
That's just amazing that those people that they could hate each other so much and put together such a brilliant scene.
Yeah, that's true.
Like usually in film, especially back then, where you couldn't doctor stuff up as much, when there's when something's forced or uncomfortable, you could usually notice it. And like the fact that like the only reason that scene existed was because contractually they had to be in a scene for X amount of time together. And they pretty much just ad-libbed the whole thing just to like get it done.
Wild.
I got a pool and a pond. The pond would be good for you.
I want to go and see the market roll over here.
Did it originate on SNL? I know I've seen the origins of it at some point, Grumpy. Belushi started the fight between them.
It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, SQ's pickup.
Bob Barker, 99 years old? Is that true?
God damn it. Price is wrong, Bobby.
I believe you've had enough.
And I'll see you in the parking lot.
Oh, you can count. And you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
That guy is good. That guy is like the fucking nightmare that you wake up to.
Yeah, those were the kind of things that scared me in movies when I was a kid. It wasn't Freddy Krueger and shit. It was people like Jaws. Like him in the one Bond movie. That guy's just terrifying.
People are picking up SQ right now. That looks like the ooh, I'd love to see the Nasdaq stop right there. Nasdaq's trying to go green, but not doing a very good job. Dow is red now. And S&P 500's up 0.2. Looks like this is a fake. I want to see those. Look at Microsoft trying to come back. Palantir is up at $15 again. Bitcoin just fell off the map. Bitcoin didn't like anything about that. Netflix is trying to go back over 400, which is cute as shit. Coinbase is going under 60. AMC is at 556. Google is 125.10. Meta's just kind of chilling at the 165. That's why we got out of that at 168 or something like that this morning. Disney looking like it's breaking under 87.5. We got out of the Neo. Mullen looking like it might go right back to $1. I don't understand why. Snow's recovering after last week. SQs continue to hold nicely. I don't understand why they took more than the 2240, but I don't know why my chat keeps taking off. Thank you. Very nice. Oh, that's no good. Palantir puts over 15. I mean, yeah, I've already taken them into the 14, so not really concerned about Palantir needing to give a little bit back.
Oh, okay, Grumpy. So Belushi was just stirring the pot over something that never even happened. Interesting. Birdie Hunter saying the European banks are failing. My puts are ripping. At a boy, Birdie.
Well, that's comforting. SQs are just chilling, bouncing off a VWAP. They just had to reverse playing, like they just basically had to reverse. They need to hold the 2225. Absolutely no more than like the 2218 area. I don't want to see anything less than that. But
Ace Lee's out here putting the lotion on the skin, ready for more red.
I agree with him. Not any about the like weird fucking feet shit, but like we want to continue to play this little game with the SPY at 420.69. It's like it's gonna come out and bite their fucking ass. They want to continue to keep playing games with retail. They're gonna show up, and I don't think it's gonna be in the way that they. Oh, we got Ashley with the 3 grams.
Ooh.
Nasdaq didn't want anything to do with that high. I'd like to see it rejected at least 1 or 2 more times, but SQ's trying to climb back off VWAP. See how much resistance it has back to the 40. Do the 40-yard dash, bitch. Ooh, teetering is an understatement. Come on down, Spy. Looking voluptuous as shit right now. Just come right through. Oh, you fucking asshole. SQs, use support and go, please. Make the reaction. SQs need to fucking make it so that Tesla does not fuck this up. Tesla needs to get fucked right there. Tesla's faking to the upside. Looks like it's gonna get rejected and finish under. GTA is trying to be fucking touching people out here for duels and shit. Damn, that's crazy, G. I don't know what Tesla is trying to accomplish here, but VWAP is 280 cents. Palantir is just fucking just kind of dog shit right now. I don't understand. Like 1535 on Palantir is like we were fucking good at 1493, bro. We're not going to 2046. There's no fucking shot. Sit the fuck down, Palantir. You're doing that fucking faking, you're going to the faking, like, upside that Tesla's doing at the same exact time. Gonna give us a higher low. But why stretch the bottom of this candle like that? Why do that? Just to pick up more at 420? I don't think so. No volume. A lot of green volume. Little bit. And now we have a lot of movement off a little bit of volume. Doesn't make any fucking sense. The volume's gonna probably, I mean, Tesla's got volume, but then has none trying to run. Still having trouble even breaking the 200, much less the 201. You're seeing this SQ continue to hold VWAP and Palantir struggle at 15 mark. I think there was that mark, whatever it was. I think it was 1494, but we'll just say it. It was just, that's what I think I remember. That area is another resistance, but I mean, Palantir being up here, and I I mean, you can look at anything that's AI based. I don't know why the fuck Texas Semi has not run with all the time it's had, but it did get back underneath the trend line that we had. Didn't want it even after almost an hour and a half. Looks like it's getting rejected here. If you have the other ones getting rejected here. Oops. I'm short. I would be, yeah. There's no reason to give that back. Same area, excuse me, that we were looking at earlier on the video. Still getting just pushed right off that 413. I need the SQs to figure it out though. We're getting a positive move on the Qs.
Yeah, Arctic and Aisley, I think you're both right. More banks will fail or be swallowed up. And then Aisley says the mismanagement, a bank get $10 million for a year's worth of mismanagement and get only a 2-hour lecture as punishment. You're not wrong there.
Naturally.
I mean, we watched it firsthand. And then not only that, I mean, I think probably the dude that got tasked with being questioned by Fetterman, you know, that was probably the biggest punishment that any of them ensued that day.
That was just fucking funny, man.
That was just cruel. That's like going to the Special Olympics for a laugh. Like, that was just terrible.
I mean, that's why I watched. I mean, fuck. That was good. Like, there's no way that this is real life.
Well, NASDAQ cooking back to the upside, up 0.75%. S&P holding right around the 0.2% gain. And the Dow continuing to fall down almost 0.4% now.
Here's what I don't understand. How is Bitcoin down, Texas Semi getting rejected and going red currently, and AMD curling back to try to go red, Apple being up over 177, and nobody is even fucking questioning the fact that, like, Tesla's getting rejected at 201, and everybody's like still trying to go green. What is happening? Are you fucking stupid? Are you having brain aneurysm?
Could be.
NVIDIA shares are at all-time fucking high, guys. I don't know if you've read, but this is bullshit. This is ass. I do not like. No way, no fucking how. WWE with the what? What in the fuck? MIA. We've got rainbow flag. Texas Texas semi, yes, Texas semi. Taiwan semi. Excuse my what's it called?
French.
Yeah, no. Accent.
Oh, beautiful, Birdie. You got a big week coming up.
Holy
23rd
shit.
anniversary tomorrow, and then Floris's birthday on Thursday, turning 18, and the alcohol age is 18 over there. That's beautiful.
To one person? Holy shit, congratulations, man.
Yeah. 23 years.
That's
good stuff.
She must be a hell of a woman to put up with his shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She is magnificent. Birdie, turn the market around, please. See, the spy doesn't know what he wants. He's being ace.
I think he's speaking Ukrainian with a Russian accent.
It is Norwegian.
It's Norwegian.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Little here, little there. No worries. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. It's fine. Tax write-off. I could be Zelensky tomorrow. That's the one that got you?
11/11, make a wish.
No, thank you.
I always like to wish for world peace.
I do not do the tapestries, no thanks. $20 pump. $20 on pump 4. I don't know why that's funny.
Wonder what the accent on Mars will be. I would have to think it would be like
Yo, hey, what the fuck?
helium.
It probably no. It'd be some fucking New Yorker.
No, I think people would sound like the Lollipop Guild. The atmosphere is all messed up there.
I don't think it's helium though.
It's probably a helium-like substance.
Nitrogen maybe? Carbon?
They're gonna pump the oxygen in with a giant maid like they did in Spaceballs GTA.
No,
it goes right from suck to blow.
No, it's called terraforming.
Yeah, there you go. Kids been doing it in Minecraft and shit for years.
Jesus Christ.
All right, Birdman, enjoy those Chardonnays.
Well, shit, then I'm taking calls in fucking Roblox if they're like tuning these kids up to be the next like petri dish makers up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit. Enzo's like, I gotta get him on that. You know, I'm starting to get concerned about Leroy Jenkins.
It's frog hunting season down there, isn't it?
Hey, bro, don't start with me, okay? It's a long day.
Doesn't that run from mid-May to early June, right before Smeltfest?
I don't really know.
I think so.
That would be a date that I would have absolutely no value knowing.
Yeah, I think it's only a thing in Florida. For 3 weeks straight, the boys and girls go out hunting frogs.
Poor Leroy, dude.
Yeah. I mean, if he makes it through next week, he's good for another year.
I mean, I just need another hurricane to bring his ass back. You know? That was a fucking voluptuous ass frog. He was one of the homies. you know.
Yeah, well, next time you get a cool frog, why don't you build a pond or something for him? You didn't help him
Bro,
out at all.
listen. Katie wanted me to just literally like shoot him, so I didn't have to old yeller them. You know what I mean? Like, come on, I did the best I could. Arctic isn't leaving. Birdie, you are leaving. Hey, Birdie, be safe. Let the lady know we said congratulations as well. Sabrina, congratulations on your 4 months.
Brie, that's friggin' awesome. Awesome. Good for you, girl. Proud of you. Keep it going. Let's revisit this conversation in a month and celebrate the 5 months and so on and so forth.
Hell yeah.
Girth is off the Pop-Tarts. Girth, I've seen a
Oh,
picture of you from within those 3 weeks. You are definitely on the Pop-Tarts.
damn, son. You didn't have
You're
to
just
do it,
lying
Mike.
to yourself, brother. You're just lying to yourself.
Oh my god. We're out here badgering people for fucking Pop Tarts now? Shit.
Badgers? We don't need no stinking badgers.
Right. So here's the thing 45 minutes. The spy is finally going the right way. My SQs are going back to where I want them to go. And I would prefer the SQ to continue, but like, oh yeah, this is so hot. Go ahead, spy. Shit the bed for daddy. This fucking song, like, bro, I'm over it. Tesla's coming back. Here's the problem though. Nvidia is kind of just doing whatever the fuck. Apple is looking like it doesn't like this 177, 75 area. So I'm hoping that we pull back. I mean, along with Taiwan Semi, hopefully we can continue down. Now we're starting to get movement on those options. But the SQs we need to pick up. But I don't want to see Tesla hold this this move. I want to see it get pulled back a little bit further. Meta needs to collapse a little bit. So Meta looks a lot like Apple. So if you're looking at those two plays, you can see Google just tried to fucking make a moonshot from hell. But I mean, that thing is getting heavier and heavier as it goes. The video coming back. But we need these SQs to start getting back on the move. I'm just curious what happens at that 1 o'clock hour. I could go for some Pop Tarts. Stop fucking talking about Pop Tarts. I don't get it. Where the fucking Pop Tarts thing come from?
Girth's trying to get off the Pop-Tarts.
Bro.
Some people pop bottles. Girth be popping tarts, dog.
Okay.
That's a problem.
I mean, shit. I feel like that's a Girth Brooks problem. Like, I don't know that anybody else has ever gone and main veined any Pop Tarts, but you know.
Support his habit, or him. I'm trying to support him getting off his habit. That's all.
Okay.
It's called being a friend, Enzo.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My fault.
I believe vaping is considered smoking.
I think
If you're vaping like what's in it? Nicotine, right? Not tobacco. Nicotine's in like regular vapes that aren't weed. What the hell is death juice? What's that, like purple drink? That's that shit that got Jamarcus Russell in trouble. That purple drank. Big shout out to the Miami Heat too. Almost blew that 3-0 lead. I'm actually looking forward to this finals. I think this is going to be a hell of a finals. You got
Who is
Jimmy
it?
Butler and a bunch of no names, the Heat and Denver.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Oh, it sounds fantastic. Jokic is so fun to watch, dude, because he's like looks so out of shape and looks like out of place. He looks like that meme. Like he looks like somebody's custom player made it to the NBA. And like has no right being as good as he is, but dude is freaking fun to watch.
It looks like the UVXYs are starting to come up. Look at IMPP decide to fall off a cliff there, like what? 330 or 340?
Well, it's funny that you said about that Fed speak at 1 because over the last, I would say, 15 minutes, CNBC has pivoted away from the debt ceiling talk to Fed talk.
Hell yeah. Those 415 SPY puts that we picked up for June 2nd in at 78 or at 112, up 44%. Palantir is there. We're down 10%. We got in for 42 a piece. They're at 38. The other ones, the SPY 420 puts that we had that we were getting in for 43, and then we double dipped at 33 are now up at 100 a piece. And continuing to the downside.
Oh, that's awesome, Bree. Painted the whole inside and outside of your house in the past week and did an outstanding job. I'm sure you did. Very good, very good.
See, that's why I didn't think this was gonna work with the fucking SPY. I thought this was gonna probably try to do this dumb shit because there was no volume coming in behind it. But the SQ or the SPY is trying to put in some work to the downside and get this RSI down to 36. SQs are at 61, but we can continue to move either way. Tesla is at what, set 43? So whoever was asking how do I make money, right here. Buying 420 fucking puts at 43 and 33, and then looking at them over 130% to the upside. Tesla has the ability to bounce here, and SQs are trying like hell to get through that 2245. I want to see the SQs go. The SQs did just go red on the indicators, but NASDAQ is trying to hold. BKKT just like does nothing, but it actually looks decent right now, but I wouldn't fucking touch it. There's the same shit. SQ is starting to move through that 248 area. SPY getting heavier. I'd love to see the SPY go into like 418. Let's go, SQs. Make a move. Hey, Tesla, shit the bed for me one time. Appreciate you, Arctic. Oh yeah. I don't know how to do one with Doctor coming in the room. Typically, I have to bend over and cough when he comes in. Rather shallow. Rather shallow today, Doctor.
Doctor?
Doctor. Love you. Yep, market is coming back a little bit. Let's see if it can catch itself here. Meta trying to catch itself, probably 260, 350. Taiwan semi is still coming to the downside, trying to hold the last little bit that it can, but probably
Nvidia is fighting right around 410.
Yeah, Apple gave a little bit too much back to get under the 96 EMA right here. It's coming to the downside. Google continues to stay red here, making waves up in this bitch. Amazon looking to give back 121 and the 200 EMA. We could start seeing some downside. Some long time downside. Let's do it. Let's go, Space Jam. You too high. Bitcoin getting the rejection from the 27,686. I said no thank you. Riot up 12%. Yep, too fucking high. Riot, same fucking thing. Come on down. At least see the 920. Just hold the 2240. I don't understand. There's no other reason. SPY needs to come back up. Retarded. Try to grab onto the 5 EMA. The EMA is like, nah, fuck that, dude. You're on your way. Don't bring us down with you. We have a pop off of the SQ. Mara continue to the downside. Wonder what. Palantir did get shafted over that 15. wonder if we're halfway in a decent place with that. Palantir just chilling 10%. $11.30. Get a big green candle. SPY tries to go back green. Dow's trying to go and hold that 0.43. NASDAQ just got closer to the SPY, so it's basically, what, 0.5% off now, indirectly. It's going to be easier for the NASDAQ to drag.
WLDS is pumping, Arctic. Just started pumping in the last 10 minutes, too, up almost 40%, 165, 41%.
He was watching that one last week, too.
Still moving, 166 now, 43% gains.
Lasers breaking $7. LAZR. Yeah, I know what you were doing. I told him. I'm wondering, when we are going to go and finally push out of these areas. Palantir moved right back to that 1494 and got rejected. SPY's trying to basically use that 5 EMA as, or its 5 moving average, excuse me, as a like little step stool to stay over the 200. I don't know if it's gonna work. GameStop's trying to go and do something though. GameStop's trying to break $24. I don't know that that's gonna happen, but it's trying. Mullen did try to go north, but it didn't make $1. Rocket Mortgage is on to the upside, almost 5%.
WLDS trying to break 170, 45% gains.
BTBT is trying to get north. BTBT is already up 15%. Bitcoin just fucking roll over, dude. Or the Qs are trying to hold 351. The SQs are trying to hold 220 or 2230. I wonder what it's going to be. It's going to be the what's called the lunch break that's going to mess with people, or
Could be. Could be whatever the Fed has to say.
yeah, that would be there's 47,000 shares of Palantir as a sell wall. Look at all that money they could take on Palantir right now. Yeah, I don't blame you, Arctic.
Funny
Very,
how
very.
CNBC's headline on their website and everything has changed from this morning when it was debt ceiling deal done, blah, 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 blah. Now it's debt ceiling bill faces a tough path in the House as GOP opposition grows.
Beautiful. That's what I like to see. Get that fear started. Let's get there. Whoops. You always gotta love a little fear. Um, ouch. Marco, let's agree to disagree that you're dog shit, and there's no reason for you to be here. So the NASDAQ, decides that it wants to try. I think that the fact that the NASDAQ is trying to run, Tesla's doing the same shit, where it's just running, it just put in a lower close, but then it just ate it up. I don't know, I'd make sure that this isn't gonna just turn back on you. Amazon is dog shit. Google's trying to go green on the day. Palantir is also trying to break 15. AMD trying to break away from that half of a point. GME getting smacked in the teeth again, saying no thank you 24. Carvana's up fucking 10%. Okay. Come on, Bitcoin, show up. BBLN. Everything's about to go in the market. Unless something goes and turns them all around. There's just too many fucking calls on Tesla. There are too many calls on Palantir. There are way too many. There are way too many calls above the 420 area. It just doesn't make any sense why they would go and let I just don't see them going green here. Or keeping it there. I don't know what the hell Bitcoin is doing just sitting here. Bitcoin, give up the goods, bro. Need to go get more lube? Nah, you'll be fine. Spit on it. I still like the 27. 27.587 area, but I still think we should go and come back to 27.333. Palantir is really trying that 15, and it's probably going to get it. Tesla's trying to get pushed back down, and the SPY's and kind of trying to do its best. I'd like to see where Google was trying like hell and looks like it's trying to get rejected again. Hopefully it does. Microsoft's trying to hold green. Where's Apple? Apple's back at 177. 177.80 is where Apple doesn't want it. Like Palantir is three time higher call volume. Just doesn't seem like that's where I would want to be. I just picked up more AMC. Why the fuck not? JP Morgan, it would behoove me if you shit the bed and not come back right now. This market is looking for any fucking reason to go green right now, and I do not want it to be banking. I would rather jerk off with sandpaper than watch banking push the fucking money green. Behooved me. It would. Tesla, just stop and give up. Sold some WLDS, 21% gains. That's good shit. Beautiful. I'd like to see the whole market give way here. AMD trying to go back red. Now it's trying to hold green, but it is red. Taiwan Semi, still not liking it. Microsoft said no thank you. Disney is still not good. Netflix looks like it's trying to give some back. $394 back, yeah, probably. Come on, SPY, come back. Give it a little feel. That's a perfect hold. That's a perfect hold on the SQs. Bring that ass. Netflix, don't even think about bouncing there or I'll smack your tits. Don't worry about what I'm doing, you worry about what you're doing. SQ 420 puts are the same price. Enzo, what do you want for lunch, dude? Yep. $206. Yep. So I'm getting the little man some food.
Yeah, I gotta go pick up my car. It's done. I'm gonna run over there and do that.
Cool, cool.
I shall return.
Yes, sir. Wonder what this news at 1 o'clock is gonna be, because looks like Tesla just wicked up. I'd like to see it turn over, please. Stupid bitch. Let's run it. You don't really want to do it. You don't really want to do it, Spy. The SQs are trying to come back. Did Palantir break? Palantir did not break. Wow. I got 15, but it didn't move. That's wild. Coin looks like it's about to fall. Nvidia is still up fucking 5%. Don't do it, Arctic. Bring that market back. Kid jumped off of of fucking cruise ship and hasn't been seen since as a dare. What a fucking idiot. Target's also alleging that they are losing about $10 billion in 10 days after kid-friendly LGBTQ clothes. It's in the couch. No. Tesla didn't like that. What was this Target thing? Sorry, guys. Kid asked me. Target allegedly loses $10 billion in 10 days after the kid-friendly LGBT, whatever the hell they did, I don't know. Whatever they did, people don't like it. They lost $10 billion in 10 days. Holy shit. It's a lot of money real quick. What's RIP? Put a sell limit on. Oh, now off to work. Hey, be safe, Arctic. By the way, I saw those windows. Those windows are beautiful. So market cap write-off kind of thing. Oh, okay. I don't really know what the fuck you're talking about, but hey, I like it. Spy gave back up its 200. This is easily the cleanest truck I've ever seen. Oh my god. SQ's broke to the upside. They need to continue to keep going. It looks like we may have been correct up here. Yeah, these birds hate me. Birds are going hammer today. Oh, good. Representative Norman said that he's going to vote against the fucking bill. Republican Representative Norman says he will vote against the debt ceiling in committee if it's not amended. Well, good. Oh, okay. Well, that's fucking sparkling data. All-time, yeah, S&P at all-time high with the debt ceiling around the corner. Yeah, no, hey, no worries. It's a taxed write-off asset. Don't worry about it, bro. It's just, they just continue to push it off, and hey, just print more money. That seems to go and make it all better. Eventually, it's gonna go in the house of cards of which they're playing with. They're gonna just completely tumble. I don't know why the hell they haven't so far, but I think AI has kept them from completely shitting the bed. Nvidia gave it up. Nvidia gave it up and ran right back to VWAP. What I would like to see is the SPY react the same way. But we're already under VWAP on the SPY. I just want to see it take off over the 200. Give it up. Kurtzberg, stop touching my fucking grandmas, bro. I'm curious if Tesla just goes and drops out of the 200 here, if it'll start pulling Apple, and I mean Meta's still over 1.5%. Trying to get VWAP up now though. Saw Jerome on C-SPAN 12 years back. Right. No, there is no what's the word? There is no accountability in the market right now. There's no, I mean, it just seems like we're going to just pawn it off to the next guy and the next guy and the next guy, and watch, retail investors will be the reason that we crash the next time. Yeah. No, we're dealing with it properly here. Want to see these SQs keep going though. Would love to see Nvidia break back. And it did. It broke VWAP. Going through its 50. VWAP's gonna come back so nasty. They'll trickle it for a little bit. They have no idea. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. We're I guess bullish for the random thing here and there, but no, we're definitely set up to go big short. I'm already into 415 puts. I still think there's validity to go back to the 407, 400. I think there's even a good case to even go back to like the 493, 473 area, or 476 roughly. But you're seeing Nvidia come back with Tesla right now, and the SQs are getting a little music off of this 2240 area again. See if the SPY decides it wants to give it to us. Palantir giving it back, clapping its cheeks right now, or what? Yeah, it's coming back 1475. No, thank you. Still didn't want it. Mullins trying to go over 90 cents, trying to break back north. 88 cents, trying to reach the high of its day. You got 91 and 94 cents as the targets. Be careful. Taiwan semi took a dive and got caught. But why? The hell changed? SPY's trying to go through the bottom here. Keep going, SPY. You already took the dive. Now own it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that they're going to go and necessarily. I think it'll be just a systematic trickle of bullshit. You'll just hear it go and probably have something to do with regulations and then Fed and then more Fed and here, oh, now we got to go and do rates and interests and like it's just going to be a whole. From now till probably 6 months out, I'm going to continue to be bullish until all the bullshit that they did last month comes to start trickling out of the market. But I mean, if they're going to continue to give us buys like 420 on the SPY and Nvidia over $400, I mean, Amazon's a decent buy in my opinion, but I'm definitely seeing bottoms to pretty much everything being much lower than what they're at right now. I think everything made really hard bounces when they did, but I don't see that something like China fucking around with Taiwan right now would really fuck semiconductors up pretty easily. Almost overnight. UVXY is at a 52-week low. Right, exactly. That and the SQs were at a 52-week low yesterday. Or excuse me, Friday. The House Freedom Caucus holds a press conference on proposed debt deal. That's apparently live on Fox. And Mullen apparently went to the upside. One second. Let me see if I can't pull that up real quick. Lindsey Graham's apparently getting hemmed up by the Russians, but for some reason. Hold on.
continuing resolution with a 1% reduction. But since you're actually moving spending up, you're not really going to see a true savings there. But beyond that, they're going to wait before this gets imposed until 3 months into the next fiscal year. That is not what Representative Massey's plan really was. And when Republican leaders put out their talking points, they said that the Democrats got nothing in this deal. The question is, what did Republicans get in this deal? As progressive Democrat Pramila Jayapal stated, it doesn't cut spending and doesn't reduce the deficit. So what did Republicans get? I can't answer that. McCarthy-Biden proposal doesn't stop or even slow down deficit spending. It doesn't reduce the angle of trajectory of our out of control growth of our nation's debt, and the McCarthy-Biden proposal doesn't bend the spending curve down. Instead, they put some curtains on a dilapidated budget house and hope that that will dress it up enough so enough Republicans will vote for it so they don't feel too doggone bad when 150 Democrats vote for it. The McCarthy-Biden plan keeps us moving over the national debt cliff with the Republican leadership's mantra of, we'll fight it next year. I thought the last plan wasn't good enough. I had no idea that we would see a plan as ephemeral and as malodorous as this plan. I am going to vote no. I urge my colleagues to vote no. And with that, I'm pleased to turn this over to my good friend from South Carolina on the Rules Committee, Mr. Norman.
Can you guys hear that okay?
I want to thank all of my members behind me that have got the courage to stand up and say no to this bill. Folks, the two factions that are supporting this bill, China, because they're just buying more debt to control America, and the Biden administration, which, as the hearings are showing, is corrupt and compromised to China. And we want to add the credit cards to give him to spend our money, and as has been said, unlimited debt ceiling and extend it through January of 2025. That's insanity.
Yes, sir.
And I'm tired of hearing
all that mumbo jumbo.
I'm tired of hearing, well, the Senate's not going to pass it. I'm tired of that.
No, I agree, Acid.
The House, the reason the Democrats got kicked out in January is because they wanted a change. They wanted a conservative change. This bill does nothing to that. If nothing else, if you examine the bill, the existing debt that we've got is 32 trillion and counting. To give you a concept, 1 trillion at 3% is 30 billion. 1 trillion. The interest on the debt is going to exceed our military budget if we keep going the way we're going. Somewhere, somebody has got.
We're already insolvent, though, bud.
Is willing to do that. I'm on Rules Committee. It's a great committee. We know everything coming through. But folks, if we can stop it,
fighting ourselves is more interesting.
There is a reason why 100 Democrats, none of which voted for our initial bill, is now for it. Why is that? It's because they got what they wanted. And Kevin McCarthy had done a good job speaking the language. His number one slogan is national debt is the biggest threat we have to America. That's out of his words. And then to pass this bill, folks, it's time to go back to the drawing table. It's time for us to say no. And look, I don't buy Janet Yellen's "the sky's falling." She's moved the X date 3 times. June 1st, now it's June 5th, and I hear it's June 8th. What gives? Tax revenues are going to be coming in. We're not going to default. We're going to choose. They're going to say this. Let's call their bluff on it. The best deal is no deal.
Oh,
the time
Jesus.
you get up and walk away from the table was when Biden spent 97 days dithering in Japan and God knows where else he went. And now all of a sudden, at the last minute, it's an insult to get a 100-page bill and be asked to decide on it on the spot. I won't buy a microwave unless I get it in writing. And here we are at the last minute. No, it doesn't make sense, folks, for any of you. Once you dissect the bill, this bill is un-American. It defies conservatism. No Republican in good conscience should support this. And go back to the drawing table. Let's go back. And if we're going to negotiate does not mean completely evaporate, completely dismiss the things that we passed with 218 votes. And I just want to thank the my comrades behind me, and I wish other people will. And when you see the preview of coming attractions as Democrats passing this bill, that should tell you something.
Yeehaw!
On is Matt Rosendale or Andrew Clyde? Andrew.
Thank you, Ralph. To my good colleague from the Carolinas. The Biden-McCarthy deal has been dubbed the Fiscal Responsibility Act. But
This
in
guy
truth,
is
there's
tight as
nothing
fuck.
responsible about it. Make no mistake, this is the Fiscal Irresponsibility Act.
Yep.
For starters, it egregiously
This guy's
provides an
tight as
unlimited,
fuck.
nearly 2-year debt ceiling increase until January 2025. So we have a date, but we don't have a dollar figure. So the federal government can spend unlimited amounts of money, your hard-earned tax dollars, until that date. Then they can plus up their cash on hand to normal operating levels at the end of it by at least 4 trillion, maybe 4.5 trillion. We don't know yet because there's no top number. Keep in mind, we're currently barreling toward $32 trillion in debt. The American people charged us with reducing this figure, not recklessly raising it at the whim of Joe Biden.
Goddamn
The
right.
big government socialist agenda has broken our economy, racked up tremendous debt, and burdened Americans with soaring inflation. For a long time, Speaker McCarthy has claimed that, and I quote here from February 1 of this year, the greatest threat to America is our debt. And I'd agree with him, but this agreement drastically increases the threat to America. Yet it includes almost zero cuts, clawbacks, or reforms that we fought for in the Limit Save Grow Act. Just take the IRS funding as an example. And this issue is personal for me because I was a victim of the weaponized IRS back in 2013. Despite claims that this disastrous deal eliminated funding for Joe Biden's auditing army of IRS agents, the bill text doesn't lie. In reality, the agreement cuts less than $1.4 billion. As a reminder, we promised the American people, the very first bill that this Republican Congress passed, that we would repeal the $80 billion that the Democrats appropriated to the already bloated IRS last year. We promised American taxpayers that we would protect them from increased and targeted audits. We promised the nation that this would be a top priority under a House Republican majority. This deal breaks those promises. Because after this deal, they still have over $78 billion to spend from now till 2031, hiring tens of thousands of IRS agents. So instead of 87,000, they might get 86,000 IRS agents, and they can do that tomorrow. The money is still available right now.
Oh, good.
But it doesn't stop there. No Reins Act. It upholds Joe Biden's student loan transfer scheme. Nothing for border security. It only reclaims
That's a good question,
$28
Acid.
billion of unspent COVID funds, but that doesn't even go back to pay off our debt or to the Treasury. And the list goes on and on. But simply put, this isn't a win for the American people. It's a win for Washington. And I didn't come to Washington to maintain the swamp status quo or to rubber stamp some fiscally irresponsible deal. My constituents didn't send me here to exacerbate the debt, burden future generations, capitulate to the establishment, turn a blind eye to the less destructive policies, or surrender the fight to eliminate woke, weaponized, and wasteful spending. They sent me here to fight for them, to fight to restore fiscal sanity to
The guy behind me was like,
to
damn.
fight for the future of our republic. I'm a hard no on this fiscally irresponsible insanity, and I urge more courageous and fiscally responsible Republicans to join me in that hard no. Now I'd like to turn it over to my friend from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Am I next? Very good.
Very
I'm
good.
Dan Bishop from North Carolina. And I want to make sure I'm pithy here because so you guys don't just have to listen to, because these guys have covered it pretty well. But it's not just that every Republican should vote against this. It's a little bit more than that. This is a career-defining vote for every Republican. All of you guys.
Ooh, they're calling it career defining and shit. Watch the market fucking crash, buddy. I wish I was a senator. Me too, Jane.
House majority. The fact that we resolved in January on concrete details how we were going to go forward together. And it has been impactful over the first several months of Congress.
That's cues.
Imagine the decision of Kevin McCarthy and his negotiators to forfeit that. Imagine that. Why would you give that up? Can you imagine doing it in the middle of a negotiating process without at least putting us all in a room to hash out, or representatives from our several groups among the Republican conference who've gotten together before? Can you calculate the cost of surrendering that advantage?
Whoa. Did he just call that an advantage?
You know, in Washington, I thought the least present quality was courage.
Some bigly words.
But I'm afraid truth tops that. This bill, as others have given you detail
Let's go,
on,
SQs.
is chock full of cosmetic things, artificial things that actually have been outright lied about, misstated, like the change to IRS funding.
Amen, brother.
In every supposed get for the Republicans, they are chock full of cosmetics. But the hard and cold reality, and again, there's not a member here who can tell you exactly what the increase in the debt will be. We just know the timing that it has been moved out. People said, actually, Kevin McCarthy said the Democrats didn't get anything in this bill. Who do you think wanted the maximum length extension of the debt ceiling and to make it undefined so nobody can pin it down? It may be $6 trillion. I always think it's useful to say, do you know what a trillion is? Do the American people even, are they capable of evaluating? You know what a trillion is? Somebody told me, I think it's about right, is a trillion is $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United States.
God damn.
So at 31.4 trillion, you're talking about every one of us walking around with a $250,000 extra mortgage. 4 trillion more will take that up $32,000 over the course of 2 years. And what does the device of 2 years do? It removes the
SQs are moving.
from the national conversation during the presidential election to come. How could you more successfully kneecap any Republican president than to take that issue out of his or her hands?
His or her
That's what's
hands.
being done.
G
So now let
Scoop.
me tell you what has to happen from this point forward. Every one of the people standing here are those people who had the courage and were prepared to
Zoinks.
be the truthful ones to stand up in January and contest the Speaker election in order to get that agreement that unified the Republicans, that allowed the Republicans to pass a bill with 218 votes when they told us we could never do it. These people did that. There are other men and women of
More
courage
importantly,
and honesty in the Republican conference. Some of them have come out.
he doesn't fuck with that chocolate ice cream is what I'm hearing, Acid. He
Nancy
doesn't play
Mace,
with that shit.
Mike Waltz, I just saw. Wesley Hunt. Many more need to emerge. If there is any path to salvaging
Not this
what we
guy again.
began as a
GTA, if
unified
I'm fucking lying, I'm dying, G.
if there is any path to that, this bill, if it passes, must pass with less than half of the Republican conference. That is the challenge. And it is no longer, look, we're prepared to stand up and take the slings and the arrows. We're prepared to tell you the truth. We're prepared to act in courage and
Oh,
honesty.
you gonna start talking about Biden's son?
It falls.
Let's
to
just
my
do
other
that. Open.
colleagues who
Let's
have not
just
joined
start
us
there.
before.
Make
This
our
is
way
the
back.
moment now. A colleague's words ring in my ears from a conversation last night. Only in Washington would anybody spend any time quibbling over the $12 billion cut, or is it maybe $20 billion, or is it
Why are you doing
fake
this?
entirely because you're holding $22 billion of COVID money and new funds at Commerce Department to use to repurpose for other spending, all that crap. What the American people all get. Now look, there's some people who are, I understand they're on the left, they think debt and spending is the way to go forever. Most Americans, 60% of them, right, it's an AP poll. 60% said they wanted cuts to spending in conjunction with changing the debt ceiling. Because they all know it is on a cataclysmic, unsustainable path. And so what they know is, look, they didn't want our bill, right? The $1.5 trillion increase, let's be honest about it. They go, why would you do that? because that bill had an articulable path that we embarked on. That would take many phases, by the way, but we could eventually turn this place and get to back to a politics of sanity.
I'm looking for the SQs to
Not
touch
this.
after this break.
The only thing we get here is tokenism, a token, artificial, fake, nothing benefits. And you don't even need to talk that long as I have to Americans for them to understand $4 or $6 trillion in debt growth. That is insane.
Jesus Christ.
So, to my colleagues in the Republican conference, you have a few hours to make up your mind. You are the key.
Yeah, I have
to
a
our
few
being
hours.
able to reacquire the unity. Now, it's going to take some steps, by the way, because the leadership
take some
decision
steps,
to
baby.
forfeit that is going to have to be dealt with. I yield to my friend from Florida. I've sort of made a career. Hang on. Oh, are you going now?
I'm next.
Oh, I introduce Byron Donalds everywhere I go, but today I'm going to introduce Bob Good of Virginia.
Thank you. I won't claim to be pithy. I will be pithy, though. This year, we came into the year with a record $31 trillion national debt for the first time in the history of the country. We also came into the year with a new Republican majority, promising we would be different, running on fiscal responsibility, running on balancing the budget. And yet, what was the Democrat position?
That guy on the back right is
battle?
the fucking Jeff Dunham's old man character. Go look at him.
With no conditions.
Look
that
him
was
up.
the Democrat position back in January. We had a speaker battle back in January, and that battle flowed out of two components. Number one, past history where Republican leadership, when we had the majority, passed major spending packages with a majority of Democrat votes. I predict that will happen tomorrow night. The other part of that challenge, leadership challenge, was a failure to use every tool at our disposal to effectively fight to stop the radical left agenda, to stop the Biden agenda. We've had 2 years of the most amount of spending in the history of the country, $10 trillion in new spending for the first 2 years of administration, first time that's ever happened. The Republican majority came together, despite the predictions of failure, and passed the Limit, Save, Grow bill. Most of us, if not any of us, have ever voted for a debt ceiling increase before. We didn't want to increase the debt ceiling at all. We wanted to cut spending so much we would never have to do it. But we came together with the provisions of the Limit, Save, Grow bill to raise the debt ceiling by a responsible $1.5 trillion in exchange for some $5-6 trillion of cuts over time. Then, while we were not participating, without the participation of the Republican body, you have our own leadership come together and jettison, dismiss all the provisions of the Limit, Save, Grow bill and come up with what the Democrat position was 3 months earlier. Raise the debt limit with no conditions. This deal makes default more likely in the future. A true default is when you can no longer borrow, you can no longer service your debt, you can no longer meet your obligations, and this deal makes it more likely, with a $3 to $4 trillion increase over the next year and a half. Every Republican should oppose it. No Republican should vote to validate, affirm, and own Biden's agenda. And that's what this bill does. We inherited the Biden agenda back in January. We have determined, or declared at least, we would fight against it, we would stop it, we would reverse it, and instead a Republican vote for this bill is a vote for the Biden agenda to keep it level over the next 2 years and increase the national debt by some $3 to $4 trillion. Every Republican should vote against it. And now I'll turn to Byron Donalds from Florida.
So first things first, to the American people, Washington is doing it again. While you were celebrating Memorial Day, all of our men and women who gave their lives for this great nation, and you were spending time with your family and your friends, this town
Taiwan semi walked off the fucking face of the earth.
Going to put you more in debt with no real changes whatsoever. So the American people need to understand full and well, do not listen to the talking points. Do not listen to the cool phrases that are being thrown out in commercials on CNN or Fox or MSNBC, because Washington is lying again. This bill has no cap in raising the debt, just a date in the future. We have no idea what that number is going to look like. Some people are saying $4 trillion, some people are saying $3.5 trillion. This bill in year one might cut $12 billion if you just want to be generous. So who here thinks it's cool to cut $12 billion in exchange for $4 trillion? I don't think that's cool at all. This bill actually keeps the Biden baseline intact for the federal agencies. The Republicans in Congress have been saying for months that we need to get back to pre-COVID spending levels. This bill canonizes post-COVID spending levels brought to us by Joe Biden and the Democrats. This bill keeps all of Joe Biden's policy, all of Joe Biden's spending intact. This bill does nothing for the Green New Deal subsidies that are going to cripple our electric grid. So when Americans are trying to figure out that they went and bought this electric car that they were subsidized to buy, but when they plug it in, there's not enough electricity on the grid, that is because Washington subsidized all these Green New Deal projects and nobody stood up to it except for people standing behind me right now. To my Republican colleagues, do not vote for this bill. I'm telling you right now, your voters back home are going to look at you and say, why did you vote for a bill that keeps all of Joe Biden's policy in place and all you did was raise the debt ceiling? They're going to tell you, why did you not stand up and demand that they go back to the table and renegotiate this deal? These negotiations happened. Listen, in negotiations, you go through it, you figure out what comes out the other side. But now it's time for the Republican members of Congress to weigh in on these negotiations. That is why I am a no. That is why the men and women behind me are no's. That is why more and more Republicans, as they read this bill, they are no's. And I will add this last thing. It's funny that the White House's talking points are very cheery. That the White House is telling Democrats, have crocodile tears, but vote for the bill. It's funny that you have 100 Democrats who are now greenlighting they will vote for this bill. You know why they're going to do that? Because none of their policy is changed and they get to keep all of their spending. And last but not least, if we were going to do something constructive for the country, if Joe Biden didn't want to get rid of his crazy Green New Deal spending, the least we could have done is secure the southern border.
Yes, hear, hear.
And we didn't do that either. To my Republican colleagues, vote no. Vote no and do the right thing. And let's go find a better deal.
Cloud.
Sorry, Cloud, I didn't even introduce you. I apologize.
Michael Cloud, Texas.
Hey, Michael Cloud from Texas, 27th. This nation is racing toward a fiscal cliff. That's not news to anyone here. But for too long, Republicans have bemoaned the left as they race toward a fiscal cliff and called it success when we jog toward that same cliff. And indeed, this was a big part of the discussions leading into this term. A lot of what got characterized as the speaker's fight was also an internal discussion about who we were going to be as a conference coming into this term, what things we were going to stand for. And a number of us got up and said, I'm not here to fill a seat. I'm not here to play Congress, and I will not settle for anything less than turning the corner on this and putting us in the right direction. This deal does not do this. This deal plays the same fuzzy math, show game, fiscal games that this place has played for years to use the American people as collateral to build a $31 trillion debt. This deal, as all the talking points have said, you've heard today, you know, when we put a debt ceiling out there, we don't even have the courage to put an amount on it, but instead we put it on a date in the middle of a lame duck session so that the American people will not be able to speak to it in the next election right before another president is elected. That's swampy games. This kind of stuff has got to stop. We've got to do what we said we were going to do. It's very simple. When you come to Washington, you do what you say you're going to do. If you say you're going to get rid of 87,000 agents, you do it. You don't play a shell game with it and say you're not going to do it. This bill at best in the outcome, funds the same leftist, woke, weaponized government at 99% of the massively inflated 40% growth we've seen over the last two to 3 years of this government, at best. And so we have Republicans who will come and they'll campaign on, we're going to get rid of this government that targets teachers at school board meetings. We're going to get rid of the spying on American citizens. We're going to get rid of the policies that ignore the law. We're going to secure our border. Well, you can't do that if you disincentivize the appropriations process and take away the tools we have to get rid of stuff. You know, On the Appropriations Committee, we've been going through this thing for the months, looking for all this crazy spending. Do you know our cafeteria here pays an NGO to consult on our use of plastic straws? Wow. That is how ridiculous this government has grown in putting a burden on the taxpayers. Flip a coin, use paper straws, use plastic straws. I don't care, but let's not be funding this on the backs of taxpayers. This kind of craziness has got to stop. This nation cannot stand one more generation of politicians in DC who are willing to go out and win the messaging war, but fail to secure real reforms that secure the blessings of liberty for this next generation. We've got to stand. We've got to hold the line. The American people deserve no less. And I'd like to invite up my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Keith Self.
Well said, Michael.
Yes. Good job, Michael.
Well, it's starting to feel like my native Texas out here. So I'm going to keep this short because I have listened to my very eloquent colleagues here. I have renamed this bill the Sleight of Hand Spending Bill. Something that's not been discussed here, so I won't rehash old ground here, but we've been very proud of the work requirements.
Yes.
In this bill, we have temporary work requirements, but we've added permanent new exceptions. Right. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a sleight of hand. With that, I yield to the chairman, General Perry.
Thank you all. We're going to take questions, but to sum it up, look, what this bill does is underwrite for the rest of the 2 years the woke, weaponized Biden administration and all their policies, and Republicans should not be responsible for that and should not play a part in it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Perry. Jackson Richmond, Epoch Times. Were the bill to go forward, would you file a motion to vacate the chair?
Look, we are focused. I'll let each member speak for themselves, but for me, I am focused on defeating this bill. What happens post that and the agreements that we have, we will decide once we've determined the disposition of this bill and its finality. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman Perry. And TV television here. What's your message to some Americans who might be more worried about a potential default?
We are not going to default. We are taking in record revenues. As a matter of fact, in the month of June, the biggest way, because of the quarterly, the biggest glut of cash comes into the federal government. There was no chance of ever defaulting, not paying on our debt, not paying Social Security, not paying Medicare, not paying veterans benefits. That was never going to happen. This is a scare tactic. What this bill does is lead to an eventual complete default of the United States. That's what it does, and that's why we're opposed to it. Yes, ma'am.
Let me add to Chairman Perry's point on that. There were many other options available. So you could do, I mean, for a short period of time, you could do a clean limit increase if necessary. What was decided upon is the worst possible answer to that question.
Yes, ma'am.
Help us understand exactly your plan right now. Is it to have a clean short-term deal? Is it that you're going to roll the dice and assume that the default deadline isn't real? Do you believe that there could be actual...
We don't, look, we've asked for Janet Yellen's figures, and with all due respect, she comes with zero credibility to this discussion, right? She didn't see inflation coming. She didn't know that we were going to breach the debt ceiling when she supported the $1.7 trillion omnibus on December 23rd, passed by the Democrats. She's moved the dates multiple times. So we don't believe her figures. We've asked to see her figures. Nobody here wants to default. And I want to remind everybody here, these members and this side of the building voted to not default over a month ago. While we appreciate and respect that you're here listening to us, you need to go to the other side of the building and ask the Senate what they have done to avoid default instead of continually asking us. We passed a bill. That's what we did. Sir.
Chairman, can I jump in here real quick? And I just want to add one thing. Look, there are two paths here. Take up the bill that we passed. It's a good bill. It's sitting over in the Senate. They can pass it and send it to the president. Second, Speaker McCarthy should pull this bad bill down. We should stop taking this bill up right now. I don't think he even has a majority of his own conference at this point. We'll find out later today. He should pull this bill down, and then we should do exactly what we're doing right now. We have COVID rescissions right now. COVID rescissions are in the bill. COVID rescissions of $29 billion. They've already taken that in this bill, and they've swept $22 billion and just set it over to the Department of Commerce for play money.
To spend.
Take that money, take IRS money, and go tell Janet Yellen, you're going to pay every bill you need to pay, and we're going to sit down at the table and do the job for the American people. But don't tell me you're going to put me over a barrel for $4 trillion because you refuse to do your job. That is what Speaker McCarthy should have told the President of the United States.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that you don't want to address the motion to vacate the chair, but some of your members behind you have said that it is an option on the table. How many of you would say that the motion to vacate the chair and replace Speaker McCarthy is on the table?
We are dealing with the bill right in front of us. You can talk to these folks and anybody else you want to after this press conference individually. We're here having a press conference about the bill and the issue on the table. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right.
We're blown away by that, Olivia.
Thank you all. It's been great to see you.
Bye.